Yeah, but I didn't write my name. You should still write a session.
Right.
No, don't start it. She's gonna go. You know if I lock my car? You know if I lock my car? And my writing is atrocious.
Yeah.
Welcome to our regular board meeting of September 13, 2022.
All coming?
We are calling this meeting to order at 5:35 p.m. Item 1, roll call. Present.
Present.
We go.
Present. Present. Here.
Present.
I ain't even need a present.
Thank you very much. Item number 2, approval of the agenda of regular board meeting of September 13, 2022. We do have one correction in the consent calendar under Superintendent's office. Item number 1.6, which is to approve and ratify attendance of conferences, actual and necessary expenditures such as attendance to be paid by the district unless otherwise specific as attached in accordance with board policy exhibit 4160.1. So our superintendent has asked us to change the conference that he would be attending from the CASPO CBO Symposium to the California City Superintendents, which is this fall 2022. So with that correction, can I get a motion to approve?
So moved. Second.
Ms. Stanzioni. And second by Ms. Flores. Okay, roll call.
Aye.
Ms. Roy-
Aye.
Stanzioni.
Aye.
And I, motion carries 4-0. Item number 2, open session, the pledge of allegiance. Can I have now? Ms. Bustamante, can you please lead us in the pledge of allegiance? Thank you.
Place your right hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic to which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Announcements for Van Wyck. Van Wyck School has been busy. Our first day of school was a success. We had a great turnout for back to school night, and we have also had our first coffee with the principal. Picture day was on September 7th. The students all have their devices, and we completed all iReady diagnostics and STAR tests. Teachers have been diligently working to form their RTI groups and prepare for the start of RTI on September 19th. It has been an exciting month here at Van Wyck. Don Julian Elementary announcements. Don Julian said goodbye to their principal, Mrs. Acero, and welcomed Mr. Candelaria as their interim principal. We wish Mrs. Acero the best. Our PTA continues to shine. Memberships are growing and more parents are becoming involved in our school activities. PTA held a successful book fair last week and awarded 2 $500 scholarships to Bassett High School seniors. On Friday, September 2nd, Don Julian kicked off their 100-mile club and celebrated National College Colors Day with a parade surrounded with college attire and flags waving high and proud. Don Julian Lions are already working hard to make sure they are successful in their academics and character. Way to go, Lions. Sunkist announcements. We would like to thank our community for participating in our back to school night on September 1st. It was wonderful to see so many happy parents and students visiting classrooms. Sunkist teachers did an excellent job preparing for the special night. It was very well attended. A heartfelt thank you also to our superintendent, Dr. Alvarez, and board clerk, Ms. Flores, for attending and supporting our back to school night. Sunkist PTA is holding their annual membership drive and encouraging all of our families to join and be a part of our amazing PTA for only $7 per family. There are prizes for the classrooms with the highest percentages of memberships. Beginning September 15th and continuing through October 15th, in honor of National Hispanic Heritage Month, Sunkist Tigers will be learning about prominent Hispanic figures throughout history and the current day, as well as art activities. And some classes will learn traditional dances from different Latin American countries. Finally, we would like to invite our community to some important upcoming events at Sunkist EL Parent Night. EL Parent Night is September 15th at 5:30. Teachers have prepared an informative presentation with some hands-on activities for parents. And our introductory character traits assembly is September 16th at 8:15 a.m. with coffee with the principal immediately following at 9 a.m. Thank you.
The announcement for Edgewood. The Edgewood Brave Knights had a successful week of school. Our school-wide character trait in August was growth mindset. Teachers have selected this characteristic throughout the month, and they will be recognized at our school spirit assembly on Monday, September 12th. Thank you to our teachers for their dedication to make learning engaging, our staff for making our campus a safe learning environment, and our families for their support of our brave knights in their educational journey. Torch Middle School announcements. We had a great opening of the school. Our Trojans are coming to school every day on time, ready to learn. We are happy to announce that we started the school year fully staffed, and we're fortunate to have been able to begin the school year with new teachers who are making a huge impact on their students and school. We had a very successful back to school night and coffee with the principal. Teachers are doing a great job with bell-to-bell instruction and social emotional learning lesson. Our Trojan family is doing a great job. Many of our students were able to attend the UCLA I'm Going to College fair and UCLA football game with staff and families. It's a great day to be a Trojan. Bassett High School announcements. ASB has been preparing for our homecoming dance. It'll be held on October 22nd, along with senior night on October 21st. The Pink Out game will be on the same night. Our Think Together program has been hosting many educational field trips that bring many opportunities for our students. Another honorable mention would be that we have our wellness center open during lunchtime, which is available to all students who need the resources. We have also been openly working to put together an additional resource station for all students. The resource center consists of free essential needs such as clothes, feminine products, and overall hygiene care for all. Lastly, our three-time league champ volleyball girls will begin their season next week. They will be having an away game on September 15th against Gary and a home game against La Puente on September 20th. We wish them the best of luck. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much. Those are our two new wonderful ASB members, our president Samantha Bustamante and our vice president Stephanie Mendoza. Thank you very much, ladies. Right, item number 3, public comments related to closed session items. This is the appropriate point of the agenda for those present to speak with regards to any closed session items on the agenda. Only topics specific to actual closed session items will be heard at this time. Total time allotted for public input, closed session items will be limited to 20 minutes. Topics which do not address closed session will be heard during the open session comments. I just want to make a comment. We do have several people who signed up. We're going to go with just 3 minutes for everyone, so we're not going to be accepting donations. Those who want to speak more, we are going to go into closed session and we'll be back in 30 minutes, which means you could speak in open session as well. So we're going to honor that. We're still going to go 30 minutes. So it's going to be a little bit additional time, but we're just going to allow everybody 3 minutes. 3 minutes for everyone. So first up, we have Carla Mahaffey.
Good evening, members of the board and superintendent. Please listen to BTA's input regarding closed session topics relating to number 4, Public Employment Assistant Superintendent Educational Services. A member of our e-board emailed every board member the results from BTA membership. We would like to stress to the board to please listen to the voices who work within the district and the reasons from the voices from those who have left us, which if they have time with that reduced 3 minutes, you will hear. Closed session topic relating to BTA. BTA has its Sunshine proposal on tonight's agenda, and we are celebrating. Another celebration in recent news is BTA can begin to breathe as the DA continues its investigation. And since sunlight is the best disinfectant, may the sun continue to shine on Bassett students and all its honest, hardworking employees. We look forward to good faith bargaining and transparent employee practices during the Sunshine celebration. Closed session topics relating to CSEA. For the record, BTA as a labor unit supports our union brothers and sisters of CSEA. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Tom Covington.
I'm gonna try and get through this. Good evening, board, superintendent, parents, and community. I'm here to speak on item 4, Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services. That's an interesting title, Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services. For that position, we need a leader, somebody with the ability to build up those working in the department. We need an innovator who energizes teachers and inspires them to try new and engaging things in the classroom. We need a team player who brings subject matter specialists to the table to work together to solve problems and implement programs that help us achieve our district mission and vision. We need an empowering leader, giving us a framework to success and allowing principals and teachers to build off that framework with full faith and trust to do what is best for each site's classroom and unique needs. A leader that rewards knowledge and innovation. We need a leader that understands the value of our time in and out of the classroom and respects that time. But right now we have none of that. Instead, we have, through a folly of circumstances, the exact opposite of the list I just read. Instead, we have a cuckoo in the nest. Now, cuckoos are interesting in that they lay eggs in other species' nests. The cuckoos hatch early and kick out all of the other eggs and chicks from the nest, dominating the space until no other eggs or chicks are present. Our cuckoo has, through its action, inaction, and spread of toxic culture, driven our homegrown talent away from our Bassett nest. We've lost about 25 long tenured pieces of our school community because they have been chased away by this invader. Here's a statistic from our most recent negotiation survey. We asked, how much confidence and faith do you have in the executive director of the educational services to bring in the right training and resources and be responsive to the needs of teachers in Bassett? Out of 140 responses, 75% they had no faith in our current educational services director. Only 2 respondents had complete faith. 20% were on the fence. 133 of 140 teachers had little to no confidence. That's 95%. Yet here we are trying to stall a vote, which we view as a reward for this behavior. It has been pointed out that this is just a change in title, but I beg to differ. It's a reward and an undeserved recognition. How out of touch do you have to be to pass this through? 95% of our teachers can't be wrong. Instead of rewarding these behaviors in this toxic environment, you should be asking questions. Questions like, how does a department shrink from 20 people to just 4 in 5 years? What is chasing them away? Or why are teachers with 20 plus years of experience in Bassett running away from somewhere they considered home? Why are principals and assistant principals who moved up through our system into leadership roles, building small enclaves of excellence in our community, leaving mid-year? And most importantly, how can we stop this from continuing? As a representative of the Bassett Teachers Association, as a teacher of almost 20 years in this district, I implore you to table this vote and investigate the toxic work culture that has been allowed to seep into educational services.
Thank you, Mr. Covington.
Remember, people don't leave bad jobs, they leave bad bosses and toxic culture.
Next, we have Laura Aronson.
I will be reading a statement from a former BUSD employee to the Bassett Board of Education. My name is Yvonne Flores, and I worked for Bassett USD from 1998 to 2019. I worked for 17 years at Sunkist and concluded my years at Bassett as a teacher on special assignment. I believe that I was chosen as one of the TOSAs in 2015 because of my prolonged experience in the district, my exemplary reputation with students, families, colleagues, and administrators, my willingness to learn and grow, and my desire to develop shared knowledge and interact with fellow teachers. I'm writing to you today in support of the Bassett community, most specifically the students and teachers. It has come to my attention that the district may be making a decision that I believe will be most detrimental. During my first year as a TOSA, the goal and the field of the Department of Educational Services was to support teachers and facilitate improvement of best practices in this new era of college and career readiness, technological advances, and project-based learning. This entire vision began to fall apart when Dr. Diana Kennard was appointed to the new Director of Ed Services in 2016, 2017. It no longer felt as if we were on a productive path of teamwork and sharing collaborative ideas in the support of teachers and students. Instead, Dr. Kennard came in with the approach of micromanaging and dictating her will, which stomped out the collaborative environment. At the time, there were 8 TOSAs working from the district office, 2 which were content-based TOSAs, 2 reading specialists, 2 PBL specialists, and 2 technological specialists. During our first year under the leadership of Dr. Rachel Manadas, we were highly encouraged and received great support in bringing each of our areas of focus to our collaborative meetings and PD planning sessions. Dr. Kennard, in contrast, Dr. Kennard seemed threatened by the positive, collaborative, and congenial atmosphere. Dr. Kennard no longer allowed for collaborative efforts among the 8 of us. It felt as if she was intentionally pulling us apart, stifling any collaboration and undermining our contributions to the goals that we were hired to accomplish. In addition, Dr. Kennard made it very difficult for us to meet and interact with teachers at school sites. This went against the explicit purpose of hiring us in support of teachers and students. At one point, her attempts to micromanage, she expressly forbade us from scheduling meetings with teachers after 2:30 p.m. This was highly counterproductive as this was the only time that teachers could meet outside of their instructional day. When we expressed our concern, she told us to have teachers meet during their recess time or duty-free time, lunchtime.
Time is up, Ms. Aronson. Thanks
Please
very much.
be very, take your time and consider this decision. We've lost too many people.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Ms. Jean Gooch. Ms. Jean Gooch.
Good evening. My name is Jean Gooch, but I am here tonight to read a letter from Anthony Orozco, our chapter communication officer. So this is from Anthony. Good afternoon. My name is Anthony Orozco, and I am a Bassett employee, a union member, and a proud member of this community. I am unable to be physically present at tonight's board meeting because I am currently presenting in Bassett High School's A to G Parent Night. Throughout my time living in Bassett and working for the Bassett Unified, I have always defended the school district. When my friends, colleagues, professional contacts question Bassett Unified's commitment to their students, their employees, and to the community, I would never hesitate to say we are doing the best with what we have, and I was damn proud of it. I assumed that those people were out of touch and they didn't understand what it was like working in a limited budget. When the district told us for the past 8 years that there was no money for raises, I believed them. When the district told us there had to be layoffs for the sake of the students and the community, I believed them. And when the district told us to hang tight, that we are essential and that if we powered through, we would be compensated later, I and hundreds of other Bassett employees believed them. It saddens me to say that I can no longer trust the school district, And I am sincerely questioning the commitment this board has to the students, employees, and parents of this community. I do not say this lightly, but the district's treatment of its employees and its programs, especially the Child Development Department, leave me with no other possible alternative. I asked Luis Batista, current executive director at LACO, the following questions. Are school districts prohibited by LACO from using funds outside of child development's allocated budget to increase child development employee salaries if financially feasible? Example, Bassett Unified School District using unrestricted general funds to provide on-schedule increases to child development employees. He responded with the following. For staff salaries, the district may contribute as long as it cost allocates accordingly and can ensure ongoing support beyond what LACO funds. The district currently has the healthiest reserve we've seen in a long time and claims to care about child development program. CSEA clocked in a 1% increase to child development at about $13,000 a year. $13,000 a year, roughly $36,000 a year would bring child development employees to par with the rest of their coworkers. This board had no issue paying recently indicted former Superintendent Alejandro Rojas $12,000 a month in 1217 for contractor services, and this was after he had resigned.
Thank you, Ms. Gooch. That's a 3-minute mark. I believe it's Audrey Schlitt.
Members of the board. I, like so many other teachers, don't have confidence in you. Under your watch, you are fiduciary. You're supposed to take care of this community, this school, these students, teachers, staff. But under your watch, we have lost 1.4 million. We have lost quality principals. We have lost teachers. We have lost students. We deserve a leadership that values students, employees. Please do not demote. Our Bassett family deserves more. We have suffered enough.
Next, we have Ms. Apollonia Sullivan.
Hi, I wanted to support the non-certified today, but you guys throw such curveballs at me. It's pretty hard. I think you guys deserve what the teachers is justifiable. And you guys should get that without making another circus in the corner. And let's move on to the business of children's. Now, when it comes to who's been chased and who represents the community. Okay, so how many children have been chased because of teachers perhaps refusing to use computers, like Ms. Gomez at the high school? You guys want names? Let's talk about people that just don't want to touch the little technology after 7 years. Let's be truthful. So it's scary to change from paper and pencil to computer. For you all to come here and trying to pinpoint to one instead of seeing the sea of issues they have to be addressed, that tells me that nobody's learning the lesson. Getting rid of Dr. Kennard, which I didn't even know this was going to be on the table, would be so detrimental to the student. And last time I checked, our purpose is the student. Today, the community will see who is running this show. Is it the board members? Is it the community? Or is it political puppets that are put here? Maybe Covington could get more cameras and put more pictures of our girls dressing in the dressing room. Before you could come before this podium, wipe your behind, because I will call you on it. Get it straight, community. Thank you.
Next, we have Wendy Camargo.
Good evening, Bassett community and school board members. This is a text and it's a hard one to read from Martha Arceo. Hello, while the position deserves the title change, I can't believe they are trying to change it with her sitting in it. Let me tell you something. I was just sick of her micromanagement and unwillingness to listen to principal suggestions. Don Julian was growing and had success prior to her leadership. She went the opposite direction with all of this. This is an anonymous letter from a former Bassett employee. To the Bassett Board of Education, I'm a former Bassett Unified School teacher, certificated teacher on special assignment, and certificated management employee. I had completed my 25th year of service for Bassett USD when I left in 2019. My soul was heavy when I left because it was not my choice to leave. I was pushed out. I could have stayed to get back into the classroom, a demotion, in other words, but a battle with stress-related breast cancer and a conviction in my belief that I was worthy of respect signaled to me that it was time to leave the toxic working environment that brewed under Dr. Kennard's leadership in educational services. It was evident that I no longer had a place to grow and serve the beloved community of Bassett. In fact, in terms of the administration, it was evident that anyone with vision and a commitment to teachers and students was no longer welcomed at Bassett. So many of us had to flee for greener pastures. Now I've learned that Dr. Kennard has even gotten Mrs. Arceo, and now she's taken a different position. What a tremendous loss. So why are you elevating Kennard's title? Is it because she has succeeded at weeding out intelligent, skilled, hardworking people? Is that the will of the Board of Education? What hold does she have on all of you? Is it because she received her doctorate from USC alongside Mr. Rojas, who hired her when he was superintendent? I just don't get it. I would love to say, give her a golden handshake and send her off to retirement, but I'm not mean-spirited like that. Instead, I implore you to figure out how to cultivate a better leader in her. Give her a prestigious title after she's earned it. Hold her accountable for figuring out what it will take for their certificated and classified staff she leads to value her as a leader. Hold her accountable for developing trusting and respectful relationships with staff. Get her a mentor who can show her how to work with others, how to get along with others. Have someone show her that the answers to putting Bassett on the map is all in front of her in the hallways of the district office and in the classrooms of Van Wyck, Don Julian, Edgewood, Sunkist, Torch Middle School, Nueva Vista, Child Development, and the adult school. Someone needs to teach her that investing in people who show up for Bassett every day will produce miraculous results. Excuse me. Bassett has the talent and expertise to rise to the top, and throwing money at programs and trendy new curriculum won't do it. Invest in the staff you lead. Investing in the staff you lead will. Fight for the staff to get the best pay, value their intelligence, and trust that they know what is best for their students to keep them on top. Build relationships with them. Someone needs to teach Dr. Kennard that when she learns that, then elevate her title. That's all I have to say. Thank you. Former Bassett employee. If I have any time remaining, I think that people who donated their time should also be allowed to speak if they so wish to.
Next, we have Joseph Carrillo.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Joseph Carrillo, CSEA President. I would like to start by informing the board that CSEA has met with the district staff, and we have agreed to assurances that the contracted services for child development will not be utilized for CSEA work until such time that we have to collaborate and discuss the details, so no grievances are expected. CSEA is always interested in providing our families with continued services, but we will never waive our right to negotiate under our collective bargaining agreement. In addition, we have a counterproposal in with the district that we feel is a step that is in step with BTA and management and equitable increases. We hope the district can continue to offer fair agreements to everyone. CSEA encourages the board to review our offer, and we respectfully request that you all accept. I think it's safe to say we all would hope to avoid impasse. That being said, CSEA does recognize the significant concessions we have made in our offer when it comes to child development and their funding. We feel it is important to continue to discuss ways to maintain staff levels. The Great Resignation is being coined for the current state of employment. This movement is a mass exodus of employees from poorly paying jobs to better pay and conditions. 71% of people surveyed who quit their jobs cite pay as the main reason. CSCA looks forward to continuing the negotiation process this year and next to take us out of this category. Let's strive to be competitive for all Bassett employees. Thank you.
Next, we have Michelle Gore.
Hello, my name is Michelle Gore. I have 3 rhetorical questions that I'd like to ask. Did any board member or representative of Bassett have to go up to the state of California to receive their COLA increase on the budget? Did any Bassett member or board member have to go to the state of California to picket to receive their COLA increase for the Bassett budget? Did anybody have to go up? Did any board member or representative of Bassett have to go up to the state to speak to get any money for the COLA increase? My guess is no, that they gave it to you to, in good faith, give to your employees. We deserve a sustainable, acceptable living wage. Please do not balance the budget on the backs of teachers. I know a teacher that just recently made a unilateral move, and she's making $1,700 more per month. Please, when you go to the Sunshine Committee, do the right thing. Start negotiating above the COLA cost. Think about all the past times that we have not gotten COLA, and think about giving us a sustainable living raise. Thank you.
Thank you. And lastly, we have Frank Vasquez.
Good evening, board, members of the community. I'd just like to, first of all, let the board know that CCA stands and supports our BTA brothers and sisters. We would like to encourage the board to highly consider the proposal that CCA has submitted to your district team. As our president has indicated, we believe it is a step towards a favorable outcome so that all of us in CSCA can reach our ultimate goal, like somebody just said, of a fair living wage. I highly recommend that you instruct your district team to accept the CCA proposal, and that way we can TA and start our next negotiation session. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for your public comments related to closed session. The board will be going into closed session at 6:08 p.m. 6:08.
Let you guys know that since I didn't get to donate my minutes, I could have the minutes myself.
We were gonna be strict with the 20 minutes. We will be back in 30 minutes from closed session. So we will open it for people who want to speak in closed session.
Yeah, I signed up for closed. I can't be here for.
If they were donated, I am sorry.
But I didn't get to donate, so they.
Oh, you didn't donate them though?
They didn't accept the don. I'll be quick. I'll be quick. Yes, the answer. This is quicker. Gina?
We've gone over 20 minutes. We have gone over 20 minutes, so we'll be back in 30 minutes. So the board will be going to closed session 6:08. Thank you for your kindness.
We did hear that.
There we go. We are reconvening from closed session into open session at 6:56 PM. Report of action taken in closed session.
In closed session on a motion by Mr. Barajas and a second by Ms. Stanzioni, and a vote of 4 members approved and 0 members opposed, the governing board took action to reject liability claim for damages number 609726, as well as all claims associated. The board was 4 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 absent.
Thank you, Ms. Flores. We move on to item number 6, staff presentations and information. We don't have none this board meeting. Item number 7, written communication. There's some attachments to the agenda, communication from LACO. And we move on to item number 8, public comments. The Board of Education welcomes input from the public in order to conduct district business in an orderly manner for the privacy and safety of the speaker and help staff respond more directly. The board policies require that public presentations to the board comply with certain procedures, including speakers may address only items that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board. When addressing the board, speakers are requested to state their name, address the board from the podium, and adhere to the applicable time limit of 3 minutes. Total time allotted for public input on either agenda or non-agenda items is limited to 20 minutes. Complaints should follow the district complaint procedure before discussion with the board. I will honor the people who signed up for closed session comments. So first we did have Ms. Diana Lopez. Okay, we don't have Diana Lopez. And then we also had Sue Graham. We also had Mari Barcelo. And we also had minutes donated by to Ms. Gooch, Alexandra Orozco. And last but not least, we have Abigail Orozco.
Yeah, Ms. Orozco is going to be donating her time to me.
No, Ms. Orozco has to speak. It's her time.
I'm sorry?
Oh, you're Orozco?
Ms. Orozco is donating her time to me.
She's the one who signed up, so unfortunately, she's the one that has to take the minutes.
You can't make an exception for 3 minutes.
What do you mean?
Just let me speak for 3 minutes.
And
Does anything prohibit me? From
let me just go to the regular and then I'll give you some minutes at the end. All right, first we have for public board member, sorry, for public comments now. We have Mr. Frank Morales.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Frank Morales, and I'm a former honest Bassett Unified School Board member. Couple of things that I'm very proud of. I was a thorn in Mr. Solano's side. If you're his puppet, I please encourage you to bow your head and go out that door. He has done nothing but bring bad people here. If he endorsed you, I don't like you. He has brought some bad things in here, and looking at a couple, I'm like, some of you have actually gone to the dark side, and that's sad. When I was here, the people that are sitting here, back there, and all those people that were here earlier, they don't work for you. You work for them. The students, the teachers. Any of you gone to and learned how to be a school board member? That's what I did the first 6 months. So I stand here, I know what I'm talking about. Do you? When you speak, when you read the agendas, when you make your votes, is it for the best of Bassett or because somebody put money in your account? You know, you brought in Delterra. your colleague over there brought in Rojas and he lied through his teeth about, well, I didn't know he was running. He knew damn well because they were both on ROP. You know, he's done some bad things in this district. He got rid of our superintendent, brought in the adult school director who had no clue and paid him more than a real superintendent. This gym, if you look at it, it's a joke. When it first started, you couldn't bring out the seats because it got into the playing area. Dalterra had that. Dalterra also forgot about ADA, which is the American Disability Act, for our schools when they built them. They came and asked for money because they screwed up. I told my colleagues to vote no, because that's not right. They made a mistake. Guess what the vote was? 4-1. And yeah, I lost. You people, go learn how to do your job. And if you're a puppet for Solano, get the hell out, excuse my language. But I'm sick and tired. Paul knows me. And all you who are involved in Paul, he's gonna go down just like Rojas and Dalterra. Because you don't think he was part of it? You don't think he got money in his pocket? Paul's a bad man. He lied fraudulently about where he was and charged the district for a spa instead of going to the convention. The vindictiveness in this district's gotta go. I'm tired of hearing about it. I still get phone calls because I was an honest school board member. These people came first and so did the students. And if you don't do the same thing, you don't deserve to be called board members.
Thank you, Mr. Morales.
Thank you.
Next, we have Ms. Apolonia Sullivan.
Can you guys hear me? Okay. There's a lot happening today, more than I thought, but we're not gonna have a repeat of the last years, and I agree. It's time to move on. It's time to give people their raises. It's time to put people in positions that have weathered the storm, and it's been ugly and it's been long, and focus on the students, because I really believe that's what it is. And we're not allowing political puppets coming here, soldiers for, friends, de Rodriguez, putting puppets here or trying to threaten and intimidate parents. It's not going to happen. That's going to have to be of the past, and we're going to have to address it with the law. As soon as it gets out of hand, we're going to have to follow through. So it's a safe environment for parents to be able to come here and speak their truth. There's reasons why they don't come, and believe it or not, one of them is retaliations to their students and themselves, that you guys have gotten a taste of that. And the other are other parents that come here and purposely sit and intimidate, follow, even try to run them off the road because they feel that they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing. Like, we don't have a minds of our own. We have different opinions. That's what makes a community. But this mentality of bullying and the board not doing what it's supposed to do because X and Y is going to be mad at them, because somebody's not going to speak to them, because of whatever the reasons, needs to stop. It really is going to have to be to the board to finally do what they have to do, the right thing. I think the community is pretty much done with the agenda and with the new board members that are coming in. Some of them recommended by Paul Solano. Some of them should not even be there, because it's conflict of interest, because their interest is more in alliances with unions. We all have our opinions. Can we just stick to the children and what's best for them, whether other people like it or not? Because I'm not going anywhere. I still live here. I didn't move to my mother-in-law's house just to pretend that I live here on 4th Street. I live here. I pay taxes, and I see the damage that communities like this go on when children are not educated and when they're not given a purpose in life and an education. Thank you, community.
Next, we have Ms. Mireya Carvajal.
Buenas tardes. No tengo el tiempo suficiente para explicarles todo lo que ha pasado en este tiempo, que apenas empezó la escuela y ya empezamos con los problemas. Me da mucha tristeza con la señora Quinar escuchar cómo le faltan el respeto a sus trabajadores porque ellos trabajan para ella y ella se tiene que asegurar de que ellos hagan lo que tienen que hacer, no porque ella dice, porque así es. Me da mucha tristeza escuchar porque ella tiene que ver, porque cuando siempre tenemos problemas con un maestro y le preguntamos a ella o le digo, oh, es que eso no está bien. Ella dice, oh, pero es que no lo hizo de esa manera, es que no, eso no pasó. Y entonces me da tristeza que así le paguen ellos. Gracias a ella es que no le ha ido tan peor a mi hijo, tan peor, porque le ha ido mal. Vamos a hablar de una maestra en específico. Hay una maestra en base que se llama Gómez. Esta maestra se ha portado muy mal con los niños, no nada más con el mío. En el Back to School Night, ella lo ignoró 2 veces, estando yo presente ahí. Eso es muy malo porque él no le da confianza para que le pregunte si él tiene alguna duda. Les dijo, el viernes les dijo, el jueves les dijo que si el viernes no llevaban colores, les iba a deducir points. También se burló y dijo que ella por long time no pensaba retirarse. Entonces yo le pregunté en un email, ¿es una amenaza? Dijo, no señora, solamente no es una amenaza. Ok, han pasado varias cosas con esta maestra en específico. Tuve una cita con el señor Vázquez. Yo le pedí a la señora Quinar que fuera a esa junta porque yo no me siento segura con ellos, no me siento segura. Si ellos pudieran, ya me hubieran puesto cargos porque son muy mentirosos, dicen muchas mentiras. Yo le pregunté enfrente de él a ella que si estaban piloteando sí o no el programa de ciencias en la clase de esta maestra. Ella me contestó que sí, me explicó el por qué. Entonces, a la misma vez, ese mismo día, horas después, iba a tener otra cita con la maestra. Y el señor Vázquez no tuvo el valor para corregirla. Cuando le pregunté a ella, señora Gómez, ¿están piloteando o no el programa de ciencias? Ella dijo, no, en mi clase yo no estoy piloteando nada. Entonces, ¿por qué no tiene él el valor de decirle, señora, la mamá le preguntó y sí está piloteando o sí tiene que pilotear el programa? Porque no es que ella quiera enseñarles, es que hay estándares que cambiaron. Y ella dice, yo tengo 30 años aquí, me da miedo. Cuando un maestro o alguien que trabaja aquí me dice a mí que tiene 30 años trabajando aquí, a mí me da miedo. Porque si por 30 años ha estado en esa posición y no ha escalado o no ha mejorado, no sé qué está haciendo mal. Me habló el consejero.
Gracias, señora Carvajal.
El consejero me habló y me amenazó que no anduviera usando su nombre en mis emails.
Gracias. Last but not least, we have Mr. Anthony Orozco.
Buenas. Okay, there we go. Yeah. I had a pre-scripted here, but Ms. Jean Gooch did me the favor of reading most of it, but I'm gonna be very frank. I'm not even gonna read off of this. I've been at Bassett for 4 years. I've lived in Bassett my entire life. I've come to board meetings 3 times. One of them was to ask for additional money for AP. The second one was to ask the board to provide that summer savings program for employees. And this is the only 3rd time, and I'm here specifically for child development. Okay, Dolores and Paul Solano, you guys gave $12,000 a month in 2017 to disgraced Superintendent Alejandro Rojas. $12,000 a month. And you guys can't give $13,000 a year, or 1% extra increase to child development? That's where you draw the line? Okay, I live in this community. I asked everybody to vote for these bonds. Everybody, I asked my parents, my neighbors to vote for these bonds. How can I tell them, yeah, you guys made the right choice when the person that you decided to give $12,000 to stole all of our money? And when we ask you to please give money to the most poorest workers here in Bassett Unified, that's where you draw the line. That's where you say no. That is, it's incomprehensible. Like I said, I've only been here 4 times. This is not something I do just for negotiations. Look back at my record. Look at Anthony Orozco La Puente. I do everything possible for this community. Last year, during the Omicron surge, you guys know who did that little clinic with LA Public Health Department, who brought them in? Myself. We vaccinated 141 people. When we tried to come back for the 2nd week, the health department here said they needed $1 million liability. I talked to LA County, they said that no one has ever asked us for this. You know what I had to do? That Saturday, I had to go here, myself and members of the community had to bus people to go get their second vaccination. Everything I do here, everything I say here is not because of unions, it's because people deserve to have a living wage, man. CSEA offered 5.5% instead of 6%, because that 0.5 would basically have brought up child development to 0.5. That's how low they're paid. You can come up here and say that we care about this program. No, you guys don't. Who's going to be coming here to work a job for $15 an hour that requires college credits? Nobody. And then we say, oh, nobody wants to work. That's not true, folks. People want to work, but they cannot work for starvation wages. Okay. And think about that. Okay, Dolores, I'm not here to attack you specifically, but if you were willing to give $12,000 a month to a guy who stole from this community, but you draw the line at giving $13,000 a year for 1%, how do you expect the community to trust you? How do you expect the community to trust anybody on this board if we're not willing to just give pennies on the dollars to some of our lowest paid employees? Okay, it's very frustrating because I live in this community. Okay, it hurts me both times. It hurts me when people I know, my coworkers are hurt, and when I know that my neighbors' kids are here getting paid by somebody who's doing the minimum work for the minimum wage, because that's the truth. So I'm asking you, when your negotiators come back, tell them to give something to child development. If you don't want to match them, that's fine, but just give them something extra, something. $15 an hour is not enough. Thank you. Sorry about that.
Item number 9, superintendent's comments.
Thank you, Mr. Bros, members of the board, community. I just wanted to make an announcement on a couple of facilities projects that are going on right now. For those of you who may not know, we've been working with several of the female athletes at Bassett High School to give them their own fitness/weight room. And with the architects been putting the plans together, they've been going actually pretty smoothly. The administration today sat down with some of the female athletes and went over some of the flooring options that they would want on the floor there. It's going to actually be really, really nice. We plan on hopefully going out for bid and the construction within the girls' locker or the old girls' locker room being converted. Hopefully by this December. Regarding the swimming pool, we met with the architect and the new CM that was hired, Cummings, to oversee the project. Things are going along pretty well. As a reminder that the pool, most likely by this summer, we hope to be able to begin construction 2023 and hopefully be done by the following school year, 2024, that summer for the project to be completed. In addition to that, the HVAC for the high school gym, met with the architects the other day. They needed some original plans that DSA was asking for. These are plans from 1964. So we had to kind of really dig back there and find them. Fortunately, we did. So they're trying to answer the last few questions DSA has on those plans that were submitted to them back in December. And finally, the architects working on the plans for redoing the asphalt at Bassett High School along the parking lot, all along sorry, I got to visualize it now, the north end of the parking lot. And so they're finalizing that and hopefully get it into DSA by the end of this month, if not early next month. So I just wanted to give everybody in the community an update on some of our facilities projects going on. Thank you.
We move on to item number 10, board member comments. Ms. Rivera.
Good evening, everyone. Just few notes. Attended a conference at Monterey on the California Latino School Board Association, and they were very interesting. There's a lot of programs that they're using out there, even in Arizona, that have different names that we have used here in the district, and we're very successful, but we took them out. We need to bring these programs back. You know, they're helping the other schools, the other districts are helping the other states, and we take them out. Instead of going up, we're going down. We built Edgewood Academy. Everybody came to look at it. It was great. Everybody modeled Edgewood Academy, Fairgrove Academy, West Covina Academy. They were all modeled after Edgewood. And what do? Because we keep on changing principles when nobody cares about them, or when they try to hold people accountable, we change them, we take them out, we go back down. Instead of having that academy should be the best one we have in this whole San Gabriel Valley. And we don't. The same thing with Torch. We had a magnet school that was doing very well. We had people coming, even China sent a group to come and see what Torch was doing. What were they doing? What were they? They were doing STEM before it was STEM. And what happens? We move principals around again and they go down. We need to start keeping our programs that are working, and we need to put more money into it so that we could start getting up and getting our kids the things that they need. Because our kids are not getting any, their scores are not getting any higher. And we can't just blame one person. It's the whole team. It's not just one person in charge of everything. It's somebody implements it, it keeps on going down the chain, and we all need to work, and we all need to hold ourselves accountable for the work that's going on and how we're going to teach our students. So thank you all. It was great seeing you all here. Thank you for attending, and have a good night.
Thank you, Ms. Rivera. Ms. Flores.
Okay, can you hear me? So good evening, Bassett. As we start this academic year, I know we started in August, but I'm excited to have had the opportunity to attend Sunkist, so back to school. It was really nice. The kids are so excited and they're so happy, and seeing them in the classrooms and everything like that. That was nice. I did have an opportunity to meet with Miss Paredes, the new principal over at Van Wyck, and I just love her enthusiasm and share her passion for wanting more for the students. We have that. As much as people think we don't, we do. You know, everybody, we are here for the students. Our staff, we have jobs because we have students. We need to, as my colleague said, we have programs that were great in the past. I just talked to someone this afternoon. Robotics, where did robotics go? It went away. So why do these programs go away? Do we not have somebody to facilitate? I've seen people trying to bring music programs back. I've been included in those emails. The arts are very important for our students. I myself, I'm a sports, I love sports, okay? So I do advocate for things for our sports, advocated for uniforms, advocated for, our cheer to be more represented out there. So that's just part of it. Tomorrow, I'm excited to be meeting with Mr. Leal, the new principal over at Edgewood. And to add on to Dr. Alvarez, yes, these facilities, I mean, this is your bond dollars. This is, well, actually, some of these facilities, some of these projects will not necessarily use bond dollars. We are using ESSER funds. So that's the best way we could do that, because actually it saves our bond dollars to be used for other much needed projects. So the HVAC, the roofing, the parking lot that's going to be over at the high school. Dr. Alvarez meets with the ASB. What do they want? This is their campus. What do they want? And as their needs are stated, then we follow through. Excited for the swimming pool. The swimming pool, we are going to have a swim team next year, a water polo team. We haven't had that one in so long. Oh, 2 years. Oh, 2 years. Sorry. I always tell him I'm woman and I want it now. So I think I'm buying into my own thing there. Okay, there was talks today about the reserve and how we have a healthy reserve and everything. Please keep in mind that several board meetings ago, that reserve was broken down when our former fiscal CBO was here, Santa. She broke down the reserve and how much is going to each area. And while we really do support our teachers and our staff, we're trying to get there, okay? We please trust the process that we are trying to get there. Much of where we are came about because fiscal mismanagement, okay? And it's not going to fix itself overnight. I assure you, I'm here fighting for the kids, fighting for the community to make sure the best use of their tax dollars are used properly. Okay, and we do appreciate the teachers. We do appreciate our staff. I also like to take this opportunity to thank Ms. Burgueño and there's 5 community liaisons that are here and they're doing amazing things, making sure our students. I had the opportunity to witness firsthand a student over at Edgewood, and she jumped on it. I did see her there with some of her liaisons at the Sunkist Back to School, and seeing how much is given back to communities from other groups. All in all, like I said, we're getting there. I have a request. I'm putting out a request. I'd like we got our big marquee over on Puente and Temple. The high school marquee's been fixed. I'm having a request because I would like Edgewood, Van Wyck, Sunkist, Torch, and Don Julian. Let's bring them up to 20th century. Those are still lettered marquees. I'd like them to be electronic marquees so more information can go out to communities. So anyway, that's about it. My door is always open. My phone is always available. Reach out if you have any questions. And yeah, thank you so much, Bassett.
Thank you, Ms. Flores. Ms. Stanzioni?
Good evening. I too attended the conference along with Ms. Rivera and others. And there were some striking sessions, some striking programs. But I attended two specifically for safety. Preparedness, post-preparedness, what you do after an issue, what you do during an issue, whether it's a simple lockdown or an active shooter. And I would like to make a request as well to make sure that all of our staff is prepared for basic first aid and prepared in everything that they need. A couple of years ago, I suggested that we get one of the wheelchairs that come down the stairs for anybody that might need it, and it brings them downstairs. I think these are real viable needs now, with safety being a critical issue. My class has gone to lockdown twice, 2.5 times since school started. Hopefully that won't happen again, but it's a terrifying thing to think that you might lose a student, or you might have to lock him outside your door, or if indeed they are hurt, you might not know how to deal with it. I myself has taken first aid about a zillion times a year because I'm lucky enough to happen to know that Bassett offers this at their adult school and at their at a couple of campuses, I think at the high school site and at the adult school site. We offer CPR, we offer infant child CPR, we offer basic first aid. And I implore everybody, including all the employees, to take those classes because active shooter is very, very, very possible. And it's very, very real. They gave us all the statistics of all of the in-house and out-of-house shooters. I did my thesis 22 years ago on the active shooter, and who would have thought that it would have just continued and blown up? But those sessions were very, very important. They were both Inland Empire schools. They were both award-winning Inland Empire schools. They both had programs that we could do here, obviously on a smaller scale because they have like 30,000 kids in a school. But it does give us hope that we can move forward in these ways for safety for our children. You know that I'm real happy that you guys all speak, even sometimes when I hear, shade against me, because I think that's important that you have voice, that you use your voice. Ever since I started teaching so many years ago, the one focus has been to use your voice, speak your mind, gather your information first. So you're not talking, out your ear, but get out there and speak, have people hear it. Because if they don't hear it, they don't know it. And for all of you that come forward all the time, thank you, because we wouldn't hear some things if you didn't come and tell us. It's extremely important. Now you do have to know that things are done behind the scenes that you don't know about because of closed session rules and whatnot. So please rest assured that we do act on things. We don't just sit here. As far as academics goes, it's a constant battle right now because the quarantine set everybody back in the world. And it's not because of academics, it's because of the health needs, the mental health needs. And I was so happy to hear that the wellness center is open all the time at the high school. And I hope that they utilize that daily, hourly, whenever they need to, because we're providing a service that our students greatly need. Statistics show that depression, anxiety, and suicidal tendencies are up astronomically. So we offer mental health services. And I hope that everybody goes back and tells families and children that they know, use them. And they're safe places. Aside from that, I wish you a good night. And I thank everybody who has worked for our district in the past, that will work for our district. And let me say this, you hear that old adage, teachers don't work for the outcome, the income, they work for the outcome. I think that's what everybody in Bassett does, because you certainly don't work for the income. You stay here because you're devoted and you love the place, because it is home. So when somebody leaves, as we are, no man is an island, we all suffer from it. We all feel from it. And people don't leave where they're happy. If they're happy, they stay. If they're not happy, they leave. And I think that's something we have to reflect on whenever we lose a member of our family here. Because we are, as community members, I think our community has spoken in so many ways. We are community, and disagree or not, we have to live together. We have to be together. We have to get through this together, and we have to do it for our children, because that's the only reason why we're here. That's been my whole focus in life. And it will continue to be, whether I'm on the board or not. And it will continue to be for my fellow colleagues, whether they are or not, because we are committed, as you are. Stay committed, stay focused, stay vocal, and have a good and safe night.
That leaves me. I do want to thank, and I do appreciate everyone who shares their comments. We don't always have to agree with each other, but I think at the end of the day, we're all here for the same reason. And several teachers, several employees, several community members have said the same thing. It's about the kids. And I feel that sometimes the kids get extremely lost in this whole process, which is very depressing to see. And I think sometimes it happens more often than not. We all signed up in order to provide a better quality of life in our community. I know that some of us are probably disappointed, upset, frustrated, that things probably are moving way too slow for some of us. And I see it, and I understand it. However, this ship has been turning. Slowly but surely, it has been turning. There's investigations going on. They didn't just happen out of the blue. People had to speak up in the right places. Action started taking place. So there's things that are happening. Unfortunately, it all does not happen from one day to the other. And I get it that for some of us, sometimes that's just frustrating, because we do want to see action. We want to see it faster. We want to see it sooner. Because at the end of the day, I'll be the first one to say too, our kids are the ones who suffer if there's no action now. So I get that. And it does sadden me as well that sometimes we do move a bit slow. However, I genuinely believe, I wholeheartedly believe that we're trying to make strides towards the right direction. Are we going to be there now? No. Are we going to try to get there? Yes. Are we all trying to get there? I'm sure we are. I don't think that anybody will be sitting on this board if we just wanted to, for the worst for the community or for our kiddos or anything like that. We all want what's best. Of course, sometimes we look at it a bit differently, but I genuinely believe in my heart that we all want what's best for our kiddos. And I think that's why we're all here. We'll continue working together, even though at times it might seem like we're not working together. But at the end of the day, again, I think for all of us, there's one mission, and that's to provide our kiddos the best quality of life. So I'll leave my comments at that. Thank you, everyone. We move on to item number 1, discussion action items. Item 1, conduct an open public hearing for instructional materials for the 2022-23. The Board of Education of Bassett Unified School District will hold a public hearing pursuant to California Ed Code 60119, a board meeting regarding instructional materials for the 2022-23 school year. Can I get a motion to open the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
So Ms. Flores, and then second by Ms. Stanzioni. Okay. The public hearing opens at 7:30 p.m. Okay, at this time, any community member could give comments or inputs on the public hearing regarding instructional materials for the 2022-2023.
Do we get to do it as a board?
Ms. Carball?
She gets to do it as a board member. As it, no?
If she could. Ms. Carball, you want to share comments? This is the time.
Should I go over that? After go over that?
Could you turn the mic on?
Turn your mic up.
It's good.
¿Sí? Ok. Buenas tardes. cuando hacen un programa piloto, no tienen materiales para que los niños lleven a casa, ¿verdad? No tienen libros que puede llevar a casa, porque es un piloto. Pero si el maestro se puede negar a no dar ese programa piloto y que sigan los niños con el libro viejo que tenían. Y si somos un distrito con bajos recursos, título 1, los niños son forzados a llevar los materiales, como por ejemplo colores, y si tú no tienes dinero o cambiaron tus finanzas en tu casa, los maestros pueden quitar puntos de los grados de los niños. Es todo.
Yes, I usually, they keep parents the time to go and review the material. But what I've been hearing by first experience is the materials that is like, there's no connection between the administration and at the ground level at the schools, at the sites. I don't know if it's the principals that are running it or just the instruction, the way it's given it. They're not following guidelines. Nobody's on the same, they're not in the same page. So, and that's been happening before and it's still happening as we speak right now. Whether you guys have a pilot program or there's guidance from the administration, the easiest things for principals and some teachers is to say, well, administration is making us do it. So this is why we do it instead of correcting and working together. And I think that misunderstanding between grown-ups is really hurting the progress when it comes specifically about material. I'm not even talking about what we're providing for them. This is something that the board needs to really, really understand and be there in the ground level and get a report from the superintendent on exactly where is the miscommunication, because it's not trickling down like it's supposed to. I can assure you that. That's all I wanted to say about material. Thank you.
Anyone else? Anyone else in the public have comments about instructional material?
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to say that the students at Bassett High School's history books do not have former President Barack Obama in them, who became president in 2008. Mr. Barajas, you mentioned, Ms. Flores, you mentioned, hey, the reserves, we're turning the ship around. Let's lead by example. If that's true, if the kids can't have books of 08, since 2008, if we can't give raises to the poorest people, let's lead by example. Give management the lowest percentage raise that you give to the lowest classified or teacher employee. All right, can you guys commit to that?
That's not on instructional materials.
Yeah. I'm just saying, since we can't afford to do that, we can't afford to do books, let's lead by example. If we can't provide 08 books right now, let's commit right now. Can we commit to maybe battening down the hatchet, lead by example? Give the lowest percentage that we give to a classified or a certificate employee. If we can't afford to give them any raises and we can't give them any books, can we commit to, starting from the top and working our way down?
This is just about instructional material right now. So it's about instructional material.
One more time, I'm sorry.
This is about instructional material.
Yeah,
only.
I'm
It's
saying,
not
since
about
we can't
races.
afford material that has former President Barack Obama, can we commit to starting, really coming down from the hatches, making sure that this is prioritized by starting at the highest level?
Thank you for your question.
Is that your response, Mr. Barajas?
This is not a conversation. It's just an open forum for conversation about instructional material.
It's a forum, right?
It's a public hearing for instructional material only.
Okay, so you don't want to answer the question?
Thank
May I ask a question based on your statement? Are we in the loop to get new history books? Because I had heard that Obama's not in the. Yeah, if you want to say that.
I can refer to Dr. Kennard, but I believe they are going through a pilot process right now for social studies, social science textbooks.
For social science specifically, I know we were going for some foreign languages. I want to clarify that we are also starting the oh, awesome, great.
Foreign language as well.
Yeah, I was aware of foreign language, but I'm glad to hear that if we started the new process for the social science. Oh, that's excellent. That's great to hear. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comments? You can make it from there.
So Okay, so one of the things I would like to, for us to look at, and it probably goes along the lines, is more updated books. I've learned that some of our books are as old as 2004. We need to get our students ready. Our students need to be equipped to handle, challenges and things like that. I work in higher ed, and some of the students that come in, it's amazing what they don't know. So we need to get more updated textbooks. As I said, some of them I've heard are as old as 2004. Bring them up to speed, because this is what's going to help our students be more readily adaptable to challenges in the real world.
Do we have any other comments regarding instructional materials?
Yeah, I have a question. Are we, is this for social studies, history, or what? The new materials? All of them? For every subject?
This specific item is for all the instructional
All
materials
the
used
instructional
throughout the
materials?
district, TK through 12.
Okay. And it's gonna be real books, hands, not computerized, not,
Well, if you're talking, sorry to interrupt. If you're talking about the textbook adoption process, they are doing a textbook adoption process right now for foreign language, as well as social studies
okay.
and science.
Science,
Oh, sorry, and
okay.
science as well. So those are going through a process right now with teachers. And then when once chosen, it'll be a recommendation brought back to the board and we'll purchase the materials.
Okay.
Yeah. And she's mentioned that sometimes the materials are both digital and hard copies.
Okay.
Are we still?
Okay, so with regards to that, we talked about, and Dr. Kennard, I did sit with you, the pilot programs. Are our parents able to go at back to school night? As we shared with the community members shared that they were back to school night and they were not able to see the textbook. So how do pilot programs work?
Yeah, just use pulse.
Oh, so my question is, how do pilot programs work? Another thing is, are students able to take their textbooks home?
So the way the do you hear me? Yes. Okay, so the pilot programs work in such a manner that teachers pilot to different types and they collaborate, and then we make whatever the recommendations from the teacher groups are, we make those available to the public. So parents come at a certain time, we'll say these books are available during this time to this time, and we put the display, we've used the parent center, we've used the big rooms, and the parents come and take a look, and then they provide input as well.
May I ask what allowances are made for those parents that work?
So we have early, or we have in the past, I think we stay a little bit late as well.
Okay. As far as science, you're still piloting. Have they made a decision yet?
Oh, no, this will be the pilot year for science there. And so,
I thought you piloted McGraw and.
yes.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry, for 9-12, this is the
Oh,
pilot year for
got it.
9-12.
Okay.
But we have adopted materials. We were approved here for TK-8.
Got it.
Any other questions, comments, concerns regarding instructional materials?
Mm-mm.
Okay. That being said, can I get a motion to close the public hearing?
I make
So-
a motion that we close the public hearing for instructional materials.
Ms. Rivera, thank you. Can I get a second? Ms. Flores. And now roll call, Ms. Rivera,
Aye.
Ms. Flores.
Aye.
Ms. Anthony, and I. The public hearing for instructional materials closes at 7:40 PM. Item number 2, conduct open public hearing to sunshine initial proposal of the Bassett Teacher Association, BTA. Pursuant to Government Code Section 3574C, the Board of Education should hold an open public hearing to enable the public to become informed and have the opportunity to express self regarding the initial proposal. Can I get a motion to open the public hearing to
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
All right, so Ms. Stanzioni. A second by Ms. Rivera. The public hearing is open at 7:41 PM. Yeah. Okay, comments pertaining to public hearing. Does anybody from the public have comments regarding the Sunshine initial proposal with Bassett Teacher Association? Said. If it's related with.
It's related to the negotiations for this school year on the different articles within the teacher's contract. Correct. Nothing to do with this.
Does anybody from the public have any comments? Okay. So then we're gonna move to close the public hearing. Can I get a motion to close the public hearing?
So move.
From Ms. Rivera. Can I get
Second.
Ms. Flores. Roll call.
Aye.
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 Angelini and I. We're closing the public hearing at 7:42 PM. All right, we move to our next item, to appoint candidates to the Citizen Bond Oversight Committee effective September 13, 2022. The superintendent recommends to the Board of Education, consider the following applicant to the Citizen Bond Oversight Committee effective May 24, 2022. We have Alma Pelayo Iniguez, a member at large. Did I say it correctly?
Iniguez.
Did I?
Iniguez?
Iniguez?
Yeah.
Okay. And it should be effective September 13, not May 24. Can I get a motion to approve?
I make a motion.
Okay.
to
I
approve
second the
Alma
motion.
E. Pelayo Iniguez as member at large for the
So it was,
Bond Oversight Committee.
so a second by Ms. Flores. All right, roll call
Aye.
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 and aye.
Who seconded?
Motion carries 4-0. Item number 3, approval of resolutions. I will be going through them one by one. I thought they were part of the consent calendar. They're not part of the consent calendar, so I'll be going through them one by one. So number 1, amend resolution number 3522. Committed fund balance. Can I get a motion to approve resolution number 1?
So moved.
Second.
So Ms. Danzioni, and then second by Ms. Flores. All right, roll call
Aye.
Aye.
and aye. Motion carries 4-0. Resolution number 005-23, GAN limit. Can I get a motion to approve that resolution?
Could you please explain the gang limit, please?
Board President, if I may. Yes, this one's always kind of a little tricky to explain because it comes from a California law that was passed many, many years ago where the voters approved something that kind of a check and balance of the state not overspending. So it has to do with how much the government entity spent in 1 year and making sure that don't overspend the year. So it's called the GAN limit. It talks about how much were your expenditures the prior year and how much you can or will expend the following year.
Okay, thank you.
Can I get a motion?
So move.
Second.
So Ms. Rivera, second by Ms. Stanzioni. Roll call, Ms. Rivera,
Aye.
Ms. Flores.
Aye.
Aye.
Stanzioni, and aye. Motion carries 4-0. Resolution 006-23, the California Schools Healthy Air Plumbing and Efficiency Program. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
So Ms.
Second.
Flores, and second by Ms. Rivera. Okay, roll call
Aye.
Aye.
and aye. Motion carries 4-0. Resolution number 4, number 007-23. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh yeah, this is the second one. Yes, I apologize. Healthy Air Plumbing and Efficiency Program. Can I get a motion to approve the resolution?
So moved.
Ms. Flores. Can I get a second?
Second.
Ms. Rivera. Roll call, Ms. Rivera,
Aye.
Ms. Flores,
Aye.
and I. Motion carries, 4-0. Item number 5, resolution number 0023 regarding sufficiency or insufficiency of instructional materials for the 2021-2022 Education Code 8633. Can I get a motion to approve the resolution?
Before we get this motion, I'm sorry, can I have an explanation on this? And why is this 21-22? And then the next resolution is 22-23.
Yes, Board President, if I may, this resolution, although the board approved the sufficiency of materials last year, had a public hearing and everything. For some reason, this item was not on the agenda, so this is something that auditors would require us to still do.
So what is it when we say insufficiency or insufficiency of
Good.
instructional materials?
It's for both of them are kind of actually worded the same way, and it's for the board to declare whether or not you have sufficient or insufficient. That's the title of the resolution, but in our case, we've had sufficient last year and this year as well.
Can I get a motion to approve the resolution?
So move.
Second.
So, Ms. Rivera. Second by Ms. Stanzioni. Roll call,
Aye.
Ms. Flores,
Aye.
Aye.
and I. Motion carries 4-0. Item number 6, resolution number 0023 regarding sufficiency or insufficiency of material of instructional materials for the 2022-23 Ed Code 8633. Can I get a motion?
So move.
So, Ms. Rivera. I'll second it. Roll call,
Aye.
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 and I. Motion carries 4-0. Item number 7, resolution number 010-23. Resolution to designate as senior management the positions of Chief Business Officer and Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources. Can I get a motion to approve the resolution?
So move.
So, Ms. Rivera
Second.
and Ms. Flores second. Okay, roll call,
Aye.
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 and I. Motion carries. Item number 8, resolution number 011-23. Resolution to amend the job titles of Executive Director of Educational Services to Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services and Executive Director of Human Resources to Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources.
I move to table this.
So Ms. Stanzioni moved to table. Can I get a second? Okay. Can I get a motion to approve it then?
So move.
So that's Ms. Rivera. Can I get a
Second.
second? Okay, and then Ms. Flores seconds. Roll call,
Aye.
Ms. Rivera,
Aye.
Nay.
and I. Motion carries 3-1. Right, next resolution, cancel. Oh, they're action items. Okay, action items. Action item number 4, cancellation of regular board meeting, September 27, 2022. Can I get a motion?
Oh, so moved.
All right, Ms. Stanzioni. I'll second it. Roll call,
Aye.
Ms. Flores,
I'm gonna do aye as long as you don't call a special board meeting.
Yeah, yeah, let me take my eye back. Are we gonna have any special?
Are we gonna have a special board meeting?
Absolutely.
Aye.
and I. Motion carries 4-0. Item 5, Bastion Valley School District initial proposals to BTA regarding BTA successor contract negotiations for 2022-2023. Can I get a motion?
So
Oh,
moved.
Okay, Ms. Stanzioni.
So move.
Ms. Stanzioni moved, Ms. Rivera
Oh,
second.
Second. I
Okay,
can't hear
roll
from-
call.
Is her microphone on?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I couldn't hear you.
Roll call, Ms. Rivera,
Aye.
Ms. Flores,
Aye.
and I, motion carries 4-0. Item number 6, BTA initial proposal to the Bath Unified School District regarding successor contract negotiations for 2022-2023. I motion.
So
Can I get a
moved.
second?
Second.
All right then, Ms. Flores. Roll call,
Aye.
Aye.
Ms. Flores, Ms. Sanzioni,
Aye.
and I, motion carries 4-0. Consent calendar. All matters listed under the consent calendar are considered by the board to be items that will be enacted by the board in one motion. There will be no discussion of these items prior to the time the board votes on the motion unless members of the board, staff, or public request specific items to be discussed and or removed from the consent calendar. Can I get a motion to approve the consent calendar?
Motion to approve the consent
Ms.
calendar as
Stanzioni.
stated.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, Ms. Flores. Roll call.
Aye.
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 And I, motion carries 4-0. And then we go. So before going into adjournment, we did have some pending business in closed session, so the board will go back into closed session at 7:52 PM. 7:52. Returning from closed session at 9:34 PM. 4 PM. Report of action taken in closed session, Ms. Flores.
In closed session on a motion by Mr. Barajas and a second by Ms. Rivera. And a vote of 4 members approved, 0 members opposed. The governing board took action to appoint Jason Tveit as Coordinator of Educational Services. Motion in favor, Mr. Barajas, Ms. Tanzioni, Ms. Rivera, Ms. Flores, 0 no's, 0 abstained, 1 absent.
Thank you. Congratulations, Mr. Sabet.
Congratulations. Thank you.
We move on to item 13, adjournment. Our next regular board meeting is October 11, 2022. Item number 2, adjournment of regular board meeting of September 13, 2022. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Flores, Ms. Stanzioni. Roll call.
Aye.
Okay.
I.
And meeting's adjourned at 9:35 PM. Thank you. 35. All right.